So it is 8:30, and I'll call to order the Committee of the Whole meeting for April 18th. There was an agenda circulated. Is there any additions to the agenda? If not, Councillor Christie.
I'll move the agenda as presented if there's no nothing added to it.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the agenda as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The minutes from the February 21st Committee of the Whole meeting were also pre-circulated. Any errors, omissions, changes? Reeve Whitstock?
I would move the minutes from the February 21st meeting as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the minutes from February 21st as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, in our agenda, we decided just prior to the meeting we were going to move things around. Just kidding. So 2.1 Growing Kneehill event, and Ms. Sherlock, whenever you're ready, and welcome.
Apologies. Starting in 2016, just going through the past events here, it was originally a bus tour for local agriculture producers with a catered lunch stop. It featured stops on grazing principles, honey production, the Acme Creek Phosphorus Monitoring Project, and Sunterra Farms, along with general discussions on county projects along the way. Yeah, and so that was kind of the first start to this. It kind of came from looking at other municipalities and their ag tours. In 2017, we added the first long table dinner at Horseshoe Canyon. It was marketed as a networking opportunity for local entrepreneurs with the opportunity to experience feature businesses, local food, agriculture, artisans, tourism, and experiences. We did stops at Good Nights, the Farm Basket, local food store, Orkney Lookout, Dancing Goats, Solterra d'Italia's, just when it was first being built there, the Village of Carbon, and the Three Hills Hutterite Colony. So that was 2017. And was it? 2018, we switched from the bus tour to the country market and introduced some new marketing. We had 10 vendors at that first market, and we had participated, it was also the start of us participating as a part of Open Farm Days. And yeah, so that was in 2018. So then 2019, we continued with the long table dinner and country market at Horseshoe Canyon. We ended up with 24 vendors and incorporated entertainment such as live music and face painting. Continuing with that Open Farm Days participation, and we increased the number of tickets to the long table dinner to 100 and added a pre-dinner walking tour of the canyon that Bowen had done there. We did not do any events in 2020 and 2021, just due to the health restrictions. And then in 2022, we brought this back. We had the return of the long table and the country market to Horseshoe Canyon. We had 12 vendors and live music at the market, as well as the live music at the long table dinner. Continued with that Open Farm Days partnership. We added an agriculture education booth to the event. And we also, AGLC adjusted their licensing for Open Farm Days so that those one-off markets were able to sell closed sales. So that was 2022. Just kind of looking at the successes and challenges with those events. You know, we've created this experience at the Canyon. We've worked really hard on developing those local partnerships, the brand development, working with food tourism strategies to source the chefs and the food and put together that meal has been really successful, bringing in those chefs and then participating as a part of local farm days and local food week. Challenges is the site is remote, doesn't have any services on site, so we have to bring all of those in with generators and that kind of thing, particularly with the kitchen stuff. That can be really limiting as to what we can serve and how we can serve it. The vendor participation, we found, especially post-COVID, lots of the vendors that we'd used in the previous years had not been able to continue, and so trying to find new vendors, as well as there was a big influx in events that kind of conflicted with our own, so trying to get people scheduled was an issue. Just the general staffing and workload, trying to get enough of our own staff on site to be able to run that event. The weather conditions, it was nice, but it was really hot, and that was a big challenge this year. And the wind on that site, especially at the end of the day there on the market, was huge. And then just general procurement of all the different supplies. So that's just kind of some of the challenges. Looking at the different inputs, there's a large portion of financial inputs, but then there's also a lot of the labor inputs, especially by staff, in the planning, the preparations, the delivery, the wrap-up, just looking at all those different pieces. You know, we end up with about 1,400 hours of staff time that get put into this event that is being diverted from our regularly directed services and activities. So especially those 2 weeks to a month up to that event is, you know, kind of our prime season for our department. And so trying to balance that has been a major challenge. Just looking at those event costs, of course that first one was a really small event, and so as we've been expanding, this is a high caliber event that we've put on, and we've been very proud of the expectation that we have set. Also comes with higher costs to it. And so just looking here, this is the revenue, and so we see different revenue from the ticket sales, the vendor fees, and then sponsorship that we're able to get through local partners. And the expenditures here are just our cash costs. It does not include any of our staff or volunteer time towards this event. Ticket sales, so we have a certain amount of tickets that have been provided free of charge to different sponsors. It's included in their sponsorship package, yourselves, and then different local representatives as well. So just in the last 6 years, this event has changed considerably, and administration would really like to make sure that we are meeting council's vision and expectations with this, and that we're aligning with your strategic plan. And so as such, that's why we bring it to you today for some discussion on that and where you'd like to see it. And I do have kind of some proposals for, you know, what that could look like within different avenues. So 3 different categories that we've kind of set up here: local business promotion and partnership, agriculture advancement showcasing, and economic diversification and networking. So within that local business promotion and partnership, looking at the general focus of providing that opportunity to local growers and makers to expand their market through a unique event. Targeting the general public and tourists, this would be, you know, looking in the area of Horseshoe Canyon, as that is the area that we're seeing the highest number of people coming through, and letting them experience what the area has to offer. And connecting that back to the council strategic plan through the promotion of, and sustaining Kneehill's unique rural lifestyle. So again, this could be just a market type event, and just allowing for that public interaction. It could be expanded to something similar to the Millerville market. There are certain standards that need to be met in order to be an approved farmers market. You have to have 5 markets a year, be associated with a nonprofit society like an egg society, as well as some other things with that. So there would be the promotion of the county and the site through that, different economic development opportunities for people in our area. There is that opportunity for growth. And then like I said, it takes advantage of the traffic through Horseshoe Canyon. Complications, currently the lack of resources on the site, as well as the elements there being an outdoor market. And as I mentioned, the additional requirements to be an approved farmers market are, you know, they have their standards. And then making sure that we obtain enough vendors to make it fiscally responsible, and then just the general staffing would be a complication, but not an issue. So then the second kind of option to look at would be an agriculture advancement showcase. So looking to showcase new advancements, best practices, and innovative business models in agriculture. Looking more at that audience of local ag producers and entrepreneurs to try and learn new techniques, and create that networking opportunity between each other. Relating back to strategic plan would be to be recognized as a leader in the provision of quality ag products. And so a potential event format would be kind of going back to that tour model, and looking at going around to different sites, seeing these practices in action, doing more hands-on learning opportunities, and trying to make it as interactive as possible, working with local ag companies for sponsorship and showcasing their products and services. So we would be, potential benefits of that could be that we would be networking, making connections with producers, promoting best management practices, relating back to the Ag Service Board's directions, the economic development through diversification encouragement, potentially lower input costs than that high-end event that we have been, and then more of that internal focus for our existing ratepayers. Potential challenges, the participation and interest is really unknown at this point. Less of an outward reach and more of an internal focus, and then limiting the number of participants due to bus sizes, like tours are just really limiting that way. And then kind of the final option that I'm bringing forward today, and again, these are just examples, these are just prompts for discussion. None of these are set, these are just ideas. Economic diversification and networking. It's an opportunity to showcase local growers through their produce and facilitate networking and conversation in a memorable experience. So intended for an audience of entrepreneurs and decision makers, fostering, relating back to that strategic link, fostering an economic environment where local business can grow while maintaining resilience to an external market and environmental forces. And so this would be where we'd relate back to that long table dinner. So a feature meal and collective experience for the guests. I've also talked to the food tourism strategies that we've used in the past, and they've proposed like a picnic idea where it would be a basket of all the things, and so would reduce that on-site kitchen abilities, and yeah, could do something, you know, really experiential with that. So benefits would be, it'd be a celebration and showcase of the county offerings to some of those influential individuals, and provide that networking opportunity. And then it would retain that existing event marketing that we already have going for that location. Challenges, you know, we have been able to raise our cost recovery on this, but it's just not going to ever really reach that point. Staffing with this is, again, a challenge, and the lack of utilities on site and the outdoor environment on those. So those are just some of the potential opportunities. Those are just ideas for council's discussion as they're looking at the different directions to go. Lastly, for discussion today, we're also bringing forward the delivery of the event. As I mentioned, this event has been set at a very high caliber, and we would like to be able to retain that standard for council, but at this time, the level of staff participation involved in the planning, preparing, and delivery does have an impact on our core services. And it reduces our ability to respond to our residents, especially in that 2-week window there, and leading up to the event. So this time we'd like to explore options to transition it to either completely or partially to a single contractor to facilitate that. Basically an event coordinator that we would hire to be that person and take on a lot of that responsibility, and then the day of staffing would be their responsibility rather than our internal staff. It would provide us with that single point for the municipality, simplifying that delivery, allow us to, you know, we wouldn't be 100% out, but we would be able to spend less time on that and have less of an impact on our core services. And then be able to access, you know, they're professional when it comes to this. They have the means and the know-how when it comes to a lot of the delivery of these types of events. And so it would just open that network and increase those connections. And then disadvantages, the cost on cash upfront costs would be higher. But if you look at in-kind and service delivery impacts, that may be lower depending on how you look at it, but the cash up front would be higher. So yeah, so that's kind of the summary of the events and kind of what we're looking at. And I guess for council now, we're just looking for your feedback on what direction you would like to go.
Okay, before I give council a shot at this, Mr. Gannon, you had a comment you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I just want to explain that we love putting on this event. We love what this event does for the community. There are some tangibles that you can't quantify. It does promote businesses in our area. It does a lot of great networking for our area. which is there's a cost to do those type of events and to ensure that we are creating opportunity within the community. At the same time, as Fallon has explained, it has transitioned over the past 6 years to grow into what it is today. It has the ability of being whatever council would like. It could be a combination of these items. We can continue down the same path. We just want to make sure that council, our alignment is clear with council's expectations as this has grown to where it is today. So please keep in mind that this is an open discussion. We're offering some suggestions and solutions, but we're also very open to any other opportunities council may provide forward, and we can examine those and provide further details through that conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, this is your opportunity to comment or bring forward ideas. Anybody want to have the first go at it? Councillor Penner.
Thanks for bringing this forward today. It is a very popular event, and yes and no. We push the tickets to the end, right to the end, but people that go really enjoy themselves. When it comes to the event coordinator, you've seen some costs out there already. You've looked into some of that?
We have. I have spoke with our previous contractors that we've worked with to coordinate just the chef side of things. And so they've kind of been very graciously putting together some things for me. And just this morning, they sent some costs for what that would involve. The current number that they had given me was about $45,000 for full delivery of everything that we do. Yeah, as a whole package. And that's just a rough estimate.
Reeve Whitstock.
Thanks, Fallon. My question, so when you're talking contractor, full package, that's bringing in the washrooms, the tents, the whole schmear?
That's all the rentals, all the marketing, all the brochures, the working
Okay.
with the food delivery, the chefs, the catering.
Okay, I get it.
pieces.
Everything together.
Everything.
Okay, I just wanted to get that in
Yeah.
my head, so
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, and so that also gives an idea of what we've been doing in-house, here for that delivery. So there's been a lot of that we've comped, and then just through volunteer and, Shelby provided all the flowers, that kind of thing, so.
Any other comments? Councillor Cunningham.
So as someone that loves to host events, I totally understand the magnitude of hosting an event like this. My only concern would be if we went to a contracted type environment, that it would really take away from it being a Kneehill County run event. So I don't know if there's a way where we can, help, with the staffing or something like that, but I just would feel that it would become their event and it wouldn't be a Kneehill County event, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and that would be a consideration with us. It would be more of the legwork that we'd be looking for them to do. It would still involve our approvals and our input, especially in regards to those partnerships, and making sure that we have that Kneehill County outlook and still retain the image that we've been able to build.
Councillor Forbes. Sorry.
It's all good. Have we considered moving this to different areas within Kneehill County that might have a hall with the washroom facilities attached? If the weather was crappy, you'd be able to go, sorry, not good, sorry about the word crappy. That you could use the facilities attached. So like 1 year, does it have to be at Horseshoe Canyon every single year, I guess is my question, or can we move it around the county? 1 year we do it in the town of Acme with, of course, partnering with them, or Torrington because the arena is there. And that way you could still have your outdoor market. I mean, cruise night, they shut down Main Street, so could you work with a facility and a town to bring this to different places throughout the county?
If that's council's wishes, then absolutely. I know that this event has been built specifically for Horseshoe Canyon, just off of the location and the tourism aspect, especially the market on that. There's a lot of that traffic that comes from people on their way to Drumheller, but the event and what you guys are looking for can absolutely be transitioned to be movable.
Councillor Penner?
I think we keep going back to Horseshoe Canyon just for that unique location, and that we do get a lot of outsiders, not necessarily, like, I can't remember what the percentage of outsiders compared to county residents was, but it was quite high.
It's quite high.
And we're really trying to promote that, not saying it couldn't go over to the Orkney Lookout or whatever, but it's just the landscape that we have in the county, I think people were interested in that.
And I think that would really depend on the focused audience that council is looking at. Are you looking at those outside, showcase, or are you looking for something internal celebration?
Mr. Gannon, sorry.
No, thank you, through the chair. I think for this year, I don't think other locations would, the logistics of finding one and working that partnerships might be difficult to put on the event this year. But we definitely can come forward with a plan and look at different partnerships, maybe with other communities that encompass Kneehill County, to help showcase our partners, the agriculture and all those areas, and try to make it move around. But the feedback I've received is the uniqueness of the area, the showcasing of the entrance to Kneehill County from that area, the tourism, the economic development, that seemed to be the greatest attractor, but doesn't mean that we can't go out and see if there are others that would really bring in a different audience or a similar audience, but maybe diversify those stakeholders coming forward.
Thank you. Reeve Whitstock.
I would agree with you, Kevin. The reason the long table was brought to fruition was because of the uniqueness of Horseshoe Canyon. We wanted to showcase that. We wanted, as the improvements happened, there was more and more people coming to it. Well, maybe not more and more people, but a lot more people enjoying it. The ability to hike down in the bottom of the canyon, the trails that are there. And I think moving it from that location would probably turn it into a buffet supper someplace. There are disadvantages to holding it there. Washrooms, yeah, that's a problem, but the weather is one of the greatest issues that we have. And it's great that staff has been able to pick the right date because we have had great attendance and the weather has been phenomenal for these events. I think it's probably, like you said, it's not the great time to start looking at a different location. I think the location is what's key. If we were to do some advertising at the canyon, showcasing the long table on the signage boards there, I think we'd probably have more people that come to Horseshoe Canyon and say, this is something that I'd really like to look forward to participating in. I know over the years there have been people from all throughout the province that have purchased tickets to attend this. And if we're looking at tourism, if we're looking at economic development, the more people we have from outside the area probably does us more, gives us an advantage. So I think it's worked out well over the years, and I look forward to having it happen again. I don't know if there's the opportunity to use local service groups, like, and I mean, I used to be part of the 4-H, and it's kind of one of the things that 4-H does want to help out in places like this, but whether they'd be, because of their age and that kind of stuff, whether they'd be eligible to maybe clearing tables or something, but as far as other things, maybe they could help out, maybe even site preparation, because there is a lot of work that goes into that, building the trail and decorating, all that kind of stuff. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Cunningham.
So maybe a question for Mr. Hogan or Ms. Barney. I'm just wondering, like, the piece that it seems to be challenging is the staffing piece. And I know right now, currently, I don't think we have an economic development staff member. So I'm just wondering, is there a piece of that budget that we could use in economic development to maybe put towards a bit of this event for better, more staffing?
Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair, depending on the option that council goes through, we'd come back with a funding strategy for that. The opportunity right now, we do have some contract work being done from ECDev, but off the top of my head, is there ability to channel some funds from that department? I suspect there is, but we would need to go back and confirm that to do that. I think one of the things that to that end is we're really looking at this point is if there's an appetite to look at that direction, and that allows us to go back and maybe come up with some ideas or some more firm costs. One of the things when we look at the cost of 1,400 staff hours, that's not insignificant. It also gives us, if there's the opportunity there, to maybe explore some of those other options. Can we do this event? And if we're using an external contractor, does it become more cost effective to do multiple events, as an example, right? We've not explored that, and that might be the rotating one to communities, it might be multiple nights, et cetera, right? It's really there are areas that I think we could look at to fund that program if we wanted to.
Councillor McGee.
I think it comes back to why do we want to do it? I mean, and that's what you were trying to do with the first part of your presentation, I take, is, is it about the local business promotion, or is it about ag, or is it about economic development? Do we want to kind of mesh those all together? Whichever one we highlight will still mesh them all together to some degree anyhow. And I think that's for me where some of these decisions would even out then, is how we would like to do it. I love the event. I've often also loved the idea, and I've brought forward before, multiple events at that site would be fantastic. Is this group that you were looking at possible for that kind of thing? Could they be someone who puts a regular event on, and how much more costly would that be?
It would depend on the format, whether we were looking at back-to-back nights or whether we were looking at spacing that out.
Right. So because my thoughts were, and it certainly won't be this year where my thoughts are, but my thoughts have always been, we still are not targeting the outside people to the degree I would like to see happen. I'd like to see that it's outside money coming in and paying for this in the end, and promoting our area. And I think we need a really robust plan if that's really what we would like to eventually do. And I think that includes economic development. And it also includes maybe tourism, and where do we want tourism to lay as far as staffing goes? Is that part of economic development, or is it part of your department? I think we're still having a little bit of refining of where we want to go forward. So I would say this coming year is more of a transition towards the ultimate goal.
Other comments? Councillor Forbes.
So when I look at this, I have to remind myself, especially after we just completed budget talks, to be fiscally responsible to the taxpayers of this county. And if we're going to continue to keep losing money on something, I have a real problem. I love the idea of the long table, but if it doesn't become fiscally responsible and it's costing the taxpayer at the end of the day, I'm going to have a real issue with that. So how many years do we continue as a council to allow this to keep happening before we say, yeah, we can't, because the cost of everything is going up, including our fleets being replaced, the fire trucks, all the things that we need that are actual services that runs this county. So those are things that I also have to take into consideration, and that's why when I said, could we move it to different parts, would that bring people, it may or it may not, I don't know, to different parts of the county, because Horseshoe Canyon's not the only part of the county. There's Orkney, there's Buffalo Jump, there's lots of great places that we could hold it if that doesn't always work out to be fiscally responsible. And I have to consider that, because at the end of the day, I'm sitting here because ratepayers believed that I would do that for them, is to be fiscally responsible.
Thank you. Councilor Penner.
I hear what you're saying there, Councillor Forbes. The one thing that we can't put a value on is the spin-off that it gives. And that's so hard to identify what that value for the spin-off is. And we're trying to promote it, and each year we're trying to do a little bit more to send them north, because it is in the south. So it's very hard to put a value on the spin-off that has to the visitors coming there.
Councilor Christie.
I really appreciate the long table dinner. The part that bothers me is the cost, and we're hitting 100 people. I want to hit 1,000. I don't know how to do that. But to quantify the results of that, we may be hitting 1,000 when you look at the media and this attention that it gets. For sure, I think the farmer's market outside of that does as much as the long table dinner. Maybe not as much last year, but before COVID, it was very well supported. So where we had it over 2 days last year, I think we missed some of that connection with the farmer's market the day before or the day after, I can't remember.
The day after.
So I think there's lots of potential right through the county. One of my thoughts were, we have a facility right south of town with a Good Nights facility that handles up to 400 people when they do a function. Could we work with something like that? Don't know. But for sure, I think it's very important for both economic development and tourism. So I don't think it's something we want to walk away from, but it's something we need to make more fiscally responsible with a broader range. And I don't have the answer for that.
Councilor McGee.
I think back to also to the Horseshoe Canyon Task Force time and how the conversations went. And I think the task force at that time was very excited about this event as well. And I think that the truth is COVID just set us back and maybe is making us really feel the depth of those costs. And really too bad, because if we kept the momentum we had the year before that hit, I think we'd be having a different conversation today. I also think the sad part is we as organization haven't had the opportunity also again because of those paused years to really find a way to build that forward. And I really do think this is the key event to build forward. And I guess what I'm asking for is for us to have a second meeting at some time that will talk about where do we want this to go in the long run. Because for me, I think it'd be easy to reach the 1,000. I think it'd be easy to reach 10,000, but we have to have some dedicated time to this as a project to do that. And that would, of course, fall under something more like economic development than under ag services. And that's, I think, where the dilemma is here too, is what part is for ag services to be dealing with, and what part do we need to build towards as a staff, as opposed to, which we're not in the capacity to do this current year.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Gannon.
Not an issue, thank you through the chair. We tend to refer to ourselves as tiny but mighty. And one of our smaller departments in Ag Services really puts on a showcase for us through the help of contractors. So there may be an ability through the contractor services to provide different models to ensure that we still have the ability of having that personal touch, but yet having that external support in order to have the ability to be more cost effective or deliberate in our delivery of some of these things and consistent. The area does pose some challenges, and we are all very aware of those challenges. So we can come back to council. My suggestion is that we move forward with how the event was with the parameters of last year and explore other opportunities. If it is a week showcase, a month showcase, whatever we need to do to get to that 1,000-person mark or larger show where it's attracting, but yet have a fiscally responsible model that determines all these concerns and ability in the background. I feel there's some tangibles here personally. Last year was my first time at the long table and I really enjoyed it. And so did my wife. So we were new to that experience and we just found it felt like we were in a 5-star resort, frankly. Like they really did treat us like we were very well. Being in such a beautiful area, the staff did a magnificent job. Like there wasn't one part that I could say did not go well. But what we could do is there's some areas that we've done where they were also successful, but we stopped doing them because we went to this model. There might be an ability to bring back some of those initiatives to create some momentum for the event, the bus tours, those things like that, to really showcase that we're working up to the event and everybody's looking forward to the event. So we can bring back to council different options like that, and maybe a little bit better costings and solid costings, because these are items that if we do go out contract, most likely have to go through an RFP and through competitive process to ensure that we're getting value and understand what's out there to help support us. So from what I've heard today, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is council would like us to come back with more tangible options in order to have this event to be bigger, but also if there's opportunities outside of Horseshoe Canyon to explore them as well. And then look at the drivers, the economic, the agriculture. Economic development has one individual and we don't have that person in the organization right now. So we do rely on other supports within the organization. And if this was strictly an economic development item, we would most likely contract that out. We would have that, would be the normal case. However, that personal touch I found is what really made it for that event and who we are and what we believe in as a community. So I believe that council wants us to come back with all that information, but yet move forward. My suggestion is to move forward with how it was last year and then hopefully come back with some tangibles. Is that what I'm seeing?
Reeve Whitstock.
Our biggest costs are the setup and takedown and, well, basically to get it ready, and we're only using it once.
Yes.
Would there be an opportunity for, like, say, corporate businesses to have one day and say, okay, well, I've got a grain company, I've got a number of producers, let's do a grain tour. Maybe August is probably late for that, maybe not, I don't know. But have them to have the ability to say, okay, you can use the facility, here's what it's gonna cost you, bring in your people, and then the next day have the other side, the county side. Because if we can cut the costs of setup and take down, but increase the numbers to 200 or whatever we can get, maybe that's a way to not make money, but lose less.
Through the chair, I completely agree. We can look at different options for partnerships out there. You know, you're absolutely correct. The building of the site and tear down of the site are probably the high cost items, right? And if the event can go for a duration of time, you're offsetting those costs by participation within the event. So the one-time event really has a higher cost than maybe a 4 or 5 day event, as long as you're getting the traffic in there, right? As long as there's an ability to have people come. There's also the security aspect that will increase, because you need to make sure that everything on site is being protected from vandals and anything else that can happen out there. But we can definitely explore partnerships that are out within our community and our ag business, as well as our joining communities.
Councillor McGee.
I love that idea, and I would really love to see the partnerships to be all ag-oriented. The other question I had for you, Fallon, is has our Ag Service Board or your department have ideas of what open farm days will look like for us this year?
As in other ongoing events, or at this point, no. The registration for Open Farm Days closes at the end of the month here. And so then there will be more of an idea of who's participating. We've tried to promote that for locals, but at this point we don't have any insight as to who's participating and who's not.
I think Open Farm Days being a component of it was a very good way for us to take off, and I'd love to see that still capitalized on. I think we're just not leveraging enough in various ways, because we're doing what we always did, maybe a bit, I'm not sure how to explain what I'm trying to say, but for example, I really like the idea of everyone who's attended or participated as a vendor has a coupon that we track to go to a local business that's within Kneehill County, and then those are tracked, so we see how much business comes forward. Are there other little tools we could utilize that makes the community part of participating in the leveraging as well? And are there ways we can track that? So how many coupons got used and how many dollars were generated through that? Or there's various ideas like that through building community that I think there's a great opportunity for, and I would like to see at least one new creative way of seeing that leverage be incorporated this year.
Okay, thank you. So is it my turn yet? I've been keeping my oar out of the water, trying to facilitate the discussion. So I guess I have an opinion on this, as usual I do. I really think that it's important that we maintain this event with a focus on the economic diversification and local business promotion and partnership. That's kind of where we've gone with it. I like the fact that we tie it in with Open Farm Days. I like the fact that we tie it in with local producers who are value adding to agricultural products. And so I'd really like to see us leverage the setup and the event space for more than just the one day. So whether that's a Friday, Saturday event, or whether that's a Saturday, Sunday event, or something like that, where we do both the farmer's market and the long table dinner, 2 events, 2 different separate days. One of the things about what we currently are doing is location, location, location. And I mean, we certainly are showcasing probably one of our prime tourism sites with this event. So I'm not adverse to the idea of using a contractor. I think the contractor might be able to help us promote beyond our borders and might draw in that outside participation that we're talking about. When you limit it to 100 tickets, and because of the tent and the event space and so on, it's pretty much what we've had to do. The only way you can draw more people is to do more than one event. And so how do we enlarge that event? How do we make it so that there's more people can participate? And I think that's probably means more than one day. And once we go to all the work to set up, yeah, we have some additional security costs to keep it there longer, but perhaps there's an opportunity for both the vendors who come to the market and for the people who want to attend the long table dinner. It just gives them a bigger time space. Like last year, it was awkward for me. I really like to go to the farmer's market and then go to the long table. But because we separated them, then I went to the long table and I fully intended to go back to the farmer's market, but didn't manage that. And so if it had been tied together, I would have gone and probably spent a great part of the afternoon at the farmer's market and then just slid into the long table dinner at the end of the day. I really believe that we need to, if we look at using a contractor, we still need to preserve that local flavor. And that contractor is going to have to work closely with us to preserve that. We don't want this to become some glitzy event that's totally out of our hands. I think the key is it's Kneehill County, it's promoted for Kneehill County, it's promoted for the businesses within Kneehill County. And although I like the idea of partnering with others to make it happen, I think those partners need to be businesses and others that call Kneehill County home. That's my personal feeling. What else did I want to say? I have a ton of notes here. I really think we need to tie the two events together. So farmers market and long table. I'd really like to see us go to 2 days and enlarge the event to help recoup some of the costs of that setup. I think a contractor might help us do that because they'll pull people from farther away than what we can. And it'll save us some time potentially on our staff side. That's just notes I made as everyone else was talking. And so, Councillor McGee.
Love your notes. And just to reiterate, I agree with the local flavor, and I just wanted to encourage everyone to know that contractors can do a great job of that. And an example was what I just participated in a couple weeks ago. Cape hired someone else to do the Workforce Strategy Summit that we had in Red Deer. They managed every detail. We showed up. We got lots of praise. Everyone thought it was about Cape. It was well understood it was Cape. And so having seen it, and we drew people from all over the area, so to see that kind of draw and people still see who we were as the hosts, it was because that was my question going into that event, and it was well done, and I have very confidence that our staff could be sure that our contractors are doing that, so I just wanted to encourage that piece.
It's about communicating what it is that we want and then working with them to make it happen. Any other, Councillor Cunningham?
Just a quick one, and this is definitely, as they say, a weeds question, but I'm just curious, it sounds like a lot of the work is the setup and takedown, especially of the tent. Do the company that you rent it from, do they have any hand in that, or is that all staff?
So, through the chair, the actual labor costs are not necessarily in the setup of the tent itself, but in the setup of the site, the operation of the site, the serving, the hosting, the setting vendors in places, all of those facilitations. And for us, because we are utilizing our seasonal staff, we have limitations to the hours we're able to work. And so when those events are, particularly when they're on the same day, we run into issues that we're not allowed to drive our trucks after 10 hours on site. And those are usually 12-hour days. So we have to manage the way that we put those staff on site. We've gotten very good at being creative with that, as to who's driving, when people come, and that. And so the tents themselves, there's a company, they set those up. But that's just the main tent. We have the kitchen tent, we set all that up. The facilities for within the tent, those we all set up. So all of those type of things are where the labor is.
Councillor Penner.
I'm prepared to give a contractor a go here. It's a shame for COVID because we were up and up on the numbers and then we dropped back. We have to remember last year, I think it was we only sold 70 tickets. So if we can, through promotion, through a contractor or however they do it, I'm prepared to give it a try.
Okay, thank you. Speaking for myself personally, I could think of 7 tickets that you could sell in addition to the previous ones. For myself, I don't think I need a complimentary ticket. I'd be more than happy to pay my way to that event. And if you held it 2 days in a row, you might find me paying my way to both of those.
How about 3?
Yeah, you get to 3, I might have to talk to Mrs. King about that.
Okay.
Councillor Penner.
The thing is we're not limited to 2 evenings. It could be an evening and a brunch, or an evening and a lunch, things like that, you know, for that Sunday thing. So I'd leave it in your hands, but there's lots of options.
Councillor McGee.
And I agree with you. Oh, sorry. I agree with you around the ticket sales. But I also believe that if we want to keep it our flavor, that we need to ensure that we have council members attending each tent event to represent us, whether it's just one or all of us. I don't think that is as important, but I think we need to be there as hosts of the site.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Councillor Christie. Mr. Hogan, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I think, from the discussion, if I can put this out there, what I think we've heard as staff is that primarily we're looking at this as an economic development event. There's obvious tie-ins there to Open Farm Days and what type of business we're trying to promote through that economic development initiative. So that's that agritourism, that's that local vendors thing, which is all in alignment with council's strategic plan. So I think that's what we've heard. The other thing that I think we've heard is that council's looking for ways to, avoiding using the word monetize, but looking to run a more economically efficient event, right? Whatever that looks like, if that's lower costs, expanded events, whatever. And I think that's something that as administration we can take away and sort out what that might look like or what the opportunities are there. I think what we've heard is that the openness to utilize a contractor to free up our staff resources to either do other things or to maintain our other service levels. Council's open to that, which I think administration is happy to hear, because if we're looking at expanding the event or doing other things, we don't have the staff capacity to do that. So we can only do that if we're looking at having a third party come in to take some of that work and that organization off. But I think at this point, if we've captured what council's looking at, then administration can take that back and we can start to put ideas down as to what some of those opportunities might look like, whether that's expanded days, further reach, etc.
Okay, thank you for that.
Horseshoe Canyon Jamboree with a show and shine.
The dance floor is at the bottom. Okay, any other comments? Are we satisfied with the conversation where it's at? Councillor Cunningham.
Just quickly, I just want to say I'm open to looking at a contractor, but I'm also open to exploring what kind of budget we would maybe have within economic development to maybe add some staff members, some staff time to make this happen. So I'd like to see kind of 2 scenarios and how that looks. If that makes sense.
Okay. I think we've acknowledged that there's definitely an economic development portion to this, and it's important that we lean that way. So, Councillor McGee.
And I want to be sure both, or whatever you bring, has opportunity for If we were, especially if we were to go to the contract, I'd like to see our staff then to put more energy into how to make tangible arguments or evidence. So whether it's, you know, how we leveraged or whether, those examples I gave before, but I'd like to see a component of that, especially if we go to a contractor, because we need to start showing responsibility as well.
So if we go to a contractor and it means less staff time, does it mean less staff?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Had to ask the
That's my
question.
solid answer. No, at this time, there's no additional staff that we hire specifically for this event. We simply stretch from the services that we're offering, particularly our labor force, our mowing team, our parks techs, all of them, we pull them off and of maintenance and all that into this event. And of course, there would still be aspects of that we would do even if there was a contractor. You know, there is site prep that is us solely. But we also do that same thing for weddings, that, you know, when they rent the canyon to host a wedding there, you know, we mow the canyon and have it looking good, and that's about all we do, and it doesn't add the additional, you know, labor onto it. So it would look more like that for our staff than what the current model.
Okay. It's a legitimate question. Glad you answered it.
Absolutely.
Any other comments or questions? I guess a question to administration. Are you happy with where we're at? Have you gotten what you were looking for from us? I see nods.
Yes.
Okay. It's good they're all nodding. That's good.
Nodding off.
Yeah, nodding off. Okay, so if that's all we need, then I guess I would look for a motion to accept the Kneehill event long table dinner presentation for information. Councillor Penner.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the presentation related to the long table and Kneehill County event. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Now, would anyone care for a break? So I'm going to say we're going to take a 10-minute break, and thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time, Ms. Sherlock.
Thank you.
So we're in recess till 9:40.
Yes.
Okay, it's 9:44, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we are going to move on to 2.2, which is the Municipal Development Plan Working Groups, and welcome, Ms. Hazelton.
Good morning. As you guys are aware, we are looking at a municipal development plan review, and part of that administration did come back to you with the idea of putting together some working groups that would consist of 3 members of council and 2 members at large, and we did do a social media blitz to get applicants in. You now have a package of applicants with you that were in your package of people that were interested. So now we're looking to you to appoint who you would like to see as members at large. And I think to make it easier, we'll go through by sector and decide what council members want to sit on each sector as well as what members at large you want to appoint. We do have one, I believe that's short. We only got one respondent for one, but we can talk about that when you get to that sector as well. So if that works for everyone,
I think so.
okay. So we did receive 20 applications altogether. 3 are not landowners within Kneehill County. So we will highlight those when we get through. I think I left a town or a city in them, or it was a part of their comments. So do you want me to proceed with the list?
Yes, if you
Okay.
would, please. I think that's what if you just give us an idea.
Okay, so for the agriculture working group, Murray Woods, Brian Kostrowski, Arlene Carlson, Kendra Donnelly, and Evan Hegady's have submitted their names forward to participate in the working group.
Okay. I think, Barb, what we would like to do is probably go through the different groups and just give us an idea of who's applied. And then
Okay,
we will likely have some conversation regarding who those participants might be in camera.
okay,
And then before we do that, maybe we'll talk about which counselors want to sit on which committee.
okay, sounds fine. Okay, so that was the applicants for ag. What I will do too is highlight the, Murray Woods has also agreed to sit on a different one, if that works out. So I'll highlight those as well when we get to those people. Okay, and then the next category was residential and Hamlet. And we had Susan McKenzie, Ken Cooper, who is not a landowner, Mike Keat, and Ruth Purvis Smith were the ones that submitted their names forward for that category. Our next one is for environment and recreation. And we had Andrew Turner, who is not a landowner, and Amy Morrell. The next category was natural resources and renewable energy. Jeff Carlson, Nicole DeChamps, Devon Berg, Scott Hansen, who is not a landowner, Ashley Kester, and Doug Price put their names forward on that one. Transportation and utilities, we had Rob Park and Rick Vickery. And then for the last economic development was Doug Herman.
Okay,
Okay?
all right, thank you. I think at this point, we would maybe want to talk about counselor participation on which group. So I'm sure all of you have had an opportunity to think about which group you might like to participate in. Are we seeking volunteers?
I'm assuming, and if you have more than 3, I guess you guys would determine how you shortlist among yourselves.
Okay, well, there is opportunity, there's the 6 groups there, so we need a total of 18 counselors to potentially sit. So there is room for participation in more than one. And so, since I have the microphone, and before Mr. Christie jumps in, I have some that I'm specifically interested in, so I'll put my name out there. I'm interested in the ag, I'm interested in the resident and hamlet, and I'm interested in the environment and recreation. Councillor Christie and then Reeve.
I was interested in agriculture, either transportation or economic development, but leaning towards economic development.
Reeve Whitstock.
I would like the agriculture side, the residential and the hamlet, and natural resources.
Okay, so agriculture, residential hamlet, natural resources,
Yes,
and what was the other one? Sorry.
that was the 3.
That's 3? Okay, sorry. Councillor Penner, I see that hand.
I'm interested in hamlets, and I can fill in any of the other ones, but I have an interest in hamlets,
Okay,
for sure.
right. Councillor Forbes.
Since I live in a hamlet, I would like to be part of the hamlet and residential and environment and recreation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
So I'm interested in environment and recreation, natural resources and renewable, and economic development. Oh, yeah, environment and recreation, natural resources and renewable energy, and economic development.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Faye.
Councillor McGee.
I welcome whatever needs placement. Economic development would be my first choice, but after that, I truly am open.
I'm surprised that you chose economic development. Councillor Forbes.
Can you also put me on for natural resources and renewable energy?
Okay. All right, so it looks to me like we have good interest in the majority of them, and I am more than willing to step away from the residential and hamlet to allow Carrie, Debbie, and Jerry to stay there, and I would be willing to join Wade in the transportation and utilities. And I guess the question would be, Councillor Penner, you indicated a desire or a willingness to serve, and so did you, Faye. Would one of you like to serve on that transportation and utilities one? Or both?
When you sit on here, you represent us all, so
Yeah.
it doesn't bother me if somebody's less or more or whatever, or try and even it out a little bit, but.
So I'm going to say that both Faye and Debbie are going to sit on that one, along with Wade, and I'll stay with the agriculture, environment, and recreation. That way we have 3 councillors willing to serve on all of them.
Okay, so I'm just going to clarify so that we want to make sure we got everybody right. So for agriculture, we have Ken King, Wade Christie, and Jerry Whitstock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Residential and hamlet, we have Jerry Whitstock, Debbie Penner, and Carrie Forbes.
Yes.
Environment and Recreation, we have Ken King, Carrie Phobes, and Laura Lee Cunningham. Transportation and Utilities, we have Wade Christie, Debbie Penner, and Faye McGee. Natural Resources and Renewable, we have Jerry Whitstock, Laura Lee Cunningham, and Carrie Phobes. And Economic Development and Growth Management, we have Wade Christie, Laura Lee Cunningham, and Faye McGee.
Correct.
Okay? That'll work for the council.
Okay, so the other aspect of what we need to do here, of course, would be to determine who the members at large might be that are going to serve on these. And what I would suggest is, in order to have a free conversation around these applicants, is that we would convene in a closed session and then come back out and nominate the people from our closed session conversation. So would someone care to move us into closed session? Councillor McGee.
Before I do, I just want us to pay attention to one thing that I think is important before we go into closed session, is I really wanted to thank everyone who applied, but most importantly, as we ponder it, this is one of the most important legislative documents we're going to have, and this is to influence that document. And I think we really need to pay attention to applicants that respected the process and used a genuine applicant way of introducing themselves. So that's just something I want people to know, that we are taking this extremely seriously and are looking at how people applied for it under that context.
And I think it's also important to note that we're very appreciative of the ones who have applied and that people took the time to agree to participate in this. And for the ones who may not get an opportunity, certainly there, I hope, will be opportunity in the future. So still then looking for a motion for closed session.
Sorry,
Councillor
I
McGee.
meant to do that. Therefore, I'd like to move that we go into closed session to ponder these.
Okay, we have a motion for closed session. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. very fortuitous of you. Okay, so are we back on? We had a motion to return to open session at 10:56. That motion was passed. We have recessed to allow the return of the public, and it's now 10:57, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We're going to resume, I guess. So, just before we go any farther, I just want to note that one of the things we discovered in the process of conversation around applicants for our various MDP working committees is that we did have an application that came in, and that application somehow got overlooked in terms of being included in the package. And so for the public's information, one of the people who did apply to be a part of this working committees was Mr. Doug Price. And so we just want to put that on the record that we did receive his application. However, it wasn't included in today's package through oversight, and that's it. So, coming out of the closed session, we have a motion that needs to be made to happen at closed session. So, would somebody care to make that motion? Councillor McGee.
I move that we recommend to council the following individuals as listed on the chart below to be appointed to the working groups for the Municipal Development Plan Review.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to approve, or recommend to council, sorry, the individuals who are listed in the chart that's going to be attached to be members of the working groups for the Municipal Development Plan Review. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Hazelton, for your help in this process. And it's 11 a.m. and we are going to take a 10-minute recess to 11:10. Thank you. So we're in recess. So it's 11:09, and I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And just before we move on in our agenda, just once again, I just want to say how much, as a council, we appreciate the people who took the time to apply to be part of this MDP, Municipal Development Plan Review.
I just want to state that before we signed off, the video went to a black screen, so everyone might not have heard your announcement about the motion.
About which?
The announcement about the Mr. Price not having his application in.
Oh, okay.
And the motion.
Okay. So because we lost video previous, we're just going to review, I guess. And part of that review could be my comment about our appreciation for the number of people who did apply into this process. And as a council, we are very appreciative of that. And it needs to be recognized that when our residents choose to get involved, we recognize that and say thank you. I also need to say that as part of our deliberation, there was an application that was received prior to the deadline that didn't make the package through one oversight or another. And that individual is Mr. Doug Price, and he applied to be part of the working groups. And so we want to acknowledge his application and thank him for sending that in. In addition to that, we made a motion at the end of our closed session, and that motion was made by Councillor McGee, and Councillor McGee moved that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council the individuals listed in the chart below to be appointed to the working groups for the Municipal Development Plan Review, and that motion was carried. All right. Is there any other things business-wise we need to cover off? If not, then we are going to move forward in our agenda to 2.3, which is the Gorr Road Overlay Update and discussion. And Mr. Zier, welcome. Just changing chairs, really. You've been here all along. So welcome. Anytime you're ready.
Thank you for that. So what you see in your package here is a labeled the Gorr Road Overlay and Discussion Item. So basically what I wanted to bring forward with you here is a bit of background, a bit of an update on where we're at with the status of this, as well as some potential discussion and direction on where we want to move forward. So going back, this project was proposed to council in late 2022. It was the overlay for the Gorr Road, which is Range Road 251, from Highway 583 up to Highway 27. The intent of this was to provide both a wearing surface for this road, as well as a potential at that time of looking at a no-ban surface for this road as well. Because the county doesn't have a subscriptive paving program, this was looked at. It's actually been on the agenda, or sorry, the budget for a number of years, so it was natural that it would come up for construction in 2023. So after council gave that approval in late last year, we went forward, acquired an engineering consultant. Because we were using the multi-vendor of record process, we went through the proposal section and awarded it ultimately to MPE Engineering. So they began in November designing this road, looking at some of the restrictions and basically just seeing what we could bring forward for construction. Initially, they did bring forward some concerns about the two bridge-sized culverts on that road that were, it took us a little bit sidestepping there to actually take the investigation through that to make sure that the roads, the culvert's condition would be applicable to have either a liner installed or some boring method in there. Because last thing we want to do is put a new pavement surface on, and then a couple of years later that culvert fails. So we wanted to make sure the condition of those were we're at least up to standard for a liner. They confirmed that, I guess, earlier this year, that we can do liners, so that's fine. That's going to be in the next couple of years here. We're going to propose for design and install those. So we're moving forward on the pavement design. We didn't have time before the snow flew to do a full survey, so we acquired that, I guess, in early March. We finally got the shoulders cleared to confirm the road width and the structure and all that sort of thing. What they did come back with here is that it is a substandard width for the structure there. So we have, on average, what do I say here, about 8.5 meters on that road width currently. Our standard is 9 meters for our collector arterial roads within the county standards. So right there, we started looking at options on what kind of proposal we can have here. What are the few different options we can look at for either going forward with a seasonal ban on that, looking at what a full ban actually looks like on that road, sorry, a full ban free surface on that road, or looking at a combination of both, which is full ban, but probably major side slope improvements and that sort of thing. So just going through here, I've made a few options and a few discussion points here as far as where we're at. So looking at what the current structure shows us right now, we can do an 80 millimeter overlay, which is very similar to what we did on the north side. The Hasty Highway was 100 millimeter overlay. Similar substructure, but it had a little bit more width to it, so we were able to widen it out. This one's got a little bit narrower. So we're looking at an 80 millimeter. That will allow us to have a 9 meter top, which from my recommendation, I'd rather compromise a bit on the structure of it and the band free in the spring, but make sure that we have a really good wide road for our intended users of that road, which will be the agricultural traffic and that sort of thing. I don't want to put a narrower road in there that we're going to have farm equipment driving down there. So I think that's kind of my initial where we want to start with this, maintain that 9 meter and let's see how we can do that. So they came back with some options for what we can anticipate would be the no band surface, 130 millimeter overlay, which is by all accounts going to be a band free surface. That will either, because of the side slopes of the road, that's actually going to end up narrowing the road if we do it in the current substructure. So it'll be more like an 8.6 meter with a 3-to-1 side slope, if that makes sense. So that right there is kind of a compromise that I personally don't recommend, but it's definitely here for discussion point on council. And then I guess the third way looking at it would be doing a little bit more major side slope rehab on this, widening the ditches, or widening the ditches and regrading them in portions to build that substructure for our standard, and then going back and doing the 130 mils. So you can see there what I've put here for cost estimates. Everything I see on what we're looking at with asphalt prices coming back this year, we are still in the range. We went high with our estimate here of 3.2. Actually, I bumped it up quite a bit from what my original estimate this time last year was, and prices coming back here are pretty comparable to that. Putting that no band surface in there will increase the price about 1.8 million on top of the 3.2 that we have on there. Just looking at the additional asphalt and using the existing structure as it is right now, it's still going to create a bit of a sharp edge on that road. So it's going to be quite an extreme slope on the edges if we don't do any side slopes. So again, looking at safety and farm equipment going down there, running off the edge, it's something that we really need to think hard about, and I personally don't recommend. And then, like I say, the third option will be the most expensive of taking a step back, doing side slope rehab, and then doing the 130 millimeter overlay. So these are some options that the council can look at. Right now, as we currently sit, the Hasty Highway is banned in the spring. We don't have confirmation, even though the past proposals have shown or have told me basically that this is a no-ban surface. I don't trust it with the level of asphalt that's put on there. So we're gonna be doing some testing before we fully remove the ban on that. I think just looking at longevity of these roads, and that's maybe a discussion with council, spring bans are beneficial to us. They redirect a lot of the traffic to the highway system. We do have the ag ban exemption, which we've got quite a bit of traction on this year. We have quite a few applications and have issued a lot of exemptions on our roads for the ag traffic to actually utilize them. So we are getting quite a few energy industry applications as well that we've rejected, because the intent is, if there is an alternate route that, well, and the intent is for ag traffic primarily, right? If there is an energy application that comes forward, we are looking at it, but we haven't approved one yet. So yeah, that's kind of the basis there. The tender is ready to go based on which direction I'm given here, and we would still have construction of this road this year.
So I guess my first question, before I let anybody else weigh in, so if we went to option 3, I'm assuming that we're not talking $5 million, we're talking...
I would say we'd have to do an assessment. I'm anticipating quite a bit more, as far
Ballpark
as
would be...
another $1 million, $2 million kind of thing.
Okay. And that would then give us the substructure and the base that we would need to put on, theoretically, a non-banned 130 millimeter
Yes.
pavement overlay.
Yeah. And through the chair, I mean, this is, like I say, we could go forward with the 130, have a narrower surface. Typically, a driving lane is 3.7 meters. That's a appropriate driving lane for this kind of collector road. So it's really the ag traffic that I'm worried about with the shoulders, and making sure we have an adequate shoulder for passing traffic on a road that's primarily going to be used by ag industry. So besides part of that.
So we could make it a banned surface to air drills? Combines and other large equipment?
Right.
Sorry, that wasn't in all seriousness. Okay, comments, questions, discussion? Councillor Christie.
The 80 mil cover would be similar to the north end that's done now?
It would be through the chair, be basically an identical surface on the visual. It would have a lesser, because they are pretty similar in substructure already, so it would have a similar look. But without us testing, we don't know, but I would predict that it would be a little bit less strength in that.
It would be, and it would be like a 90% ban for 6 weeks in the spring.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, I would still recommend a 90% at this time. We can do some testing at the end of this year and determine what the engineer's recommendation are for strength on that. But I go back to, I do prefer to have a spring ban on some of these roads regardless, because it does direct, and if we're meeting the needs of all of our residents on that road and kind of redirecting the through traffic off of it, I don't see that as a bad thing.
Reeve Woodstock.
Thanks, Mike. So on our road 27 north to, what is it, 890 or 8? No, north. No, the one goes north of the 27.
251. Yeah.
That's a 4-to-1 slope and 9-meter top?
It was, yeah, I can't confirm that. Sorry, it's a 9-meter top, 100%. But as far as the side slopes, I don't know if there was ever any engineering done on that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just seeing if it was 3-to-1 or
yeah,
if it was flattened out.
And 3-to-1 is not recommended. It's a recoverable slope is what is engineered at. So it's the maximum you want to go with the ditch slope, where a vehicle could travel off it and still make a recoverable access back onto the road.
Ultimately, I just wanted to see if it was going to be comparable if we do the same to the south side.
Yeah.
Other than it's a little narrower.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You did indicate to us that if we went with the 80 mil, that we could go with a 9-meter top?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so then it would be very similar to what happened on the Hasty portion of that road.
Correct.
And a ban would still be necessary in the springtime.
I would recommend it, and as I mentioned, we do have in the plans for the next couple of years to do full asphalt testing, strength testing on all of our roads to determine the bans as well as future replacements and overlays. So I would say for the first year at least, it'll be a 90% ban, and then by that next couple of years, hopefully we can get a better understanding. I'll come back to you with a recommendation if I feel like that can be removed or not.
Okay. And so then that would still keep us within the original estimate of the 3.2?
Barring the results of the tender, yeah. It does look like we're still within the realm of that.
Okay, and those 2 culvert replacements add what in terms of cost?
Those culvert replacements, the earliest replacement years of them are 2025 and 2030. So they are still a little ways away. I did have them inspected a couple months ago here as the snow flew, just to make sure that they're not going to crumble.
Immediate.
But yeah, I think they will at least last a year, and I'll have them in the proposal for next year's budget to have replaced.
And you're contemplating you would just not disturb the road surface, but just replace them?
Correct. So with a bored pipe for one of them, with a overflow pipe through the line. So basically putting a liner through the existing culvert and then grouting around the edges of it. That ensures the stability of that culvert. We've done it in a couple other spots in the county here, and it's pretty widely used practice.
Okay.
And then the other one is just a plain liner through it. So we won't have to disturb anything.
Other questions, discussion? Thoughts? Councillor Forbes.
And I guess it's more for clarity. The last time they did that, how long did the road, the length of use of it, like before you have to replace it? How many years do you get out of it?
Yeah, typically it's between 20 and 25 years between overlays is what we look at for a lifespan on them. Obviously based on traffic and that sort of thing, and truthfully even the conditions of the structure and that sort of thing. So I'm anticipating that will be a 25-year replacement on that overlay.
Other thoughts, conversation, direction? Maintain the status quo, look at something different? How come we get all the easy decisions?
Yeah. And I guess like my intent with bringing this forward is to ensure, to confirm with council that the 9 meters is kind of a standard that we want to maintain. I think it's appropriate. Really the condition is that, because when I previously discussed with you, it was looking at the no ban surface. I just wanted to inform and make sure everyone's aware that this is the route if council's okay with it, we're going to take on it. So for your ratepayers and that sort of thing.
Okay, so you're really looking for some direction from us in terms of which pathway forward?
If you're comfortable with the 80 meter basically, or 80 millimeter overlay.
Councillor Penner.
I would love to see some non-band roads. Can we afford them? All of them? No, it's very expensive. And we do have that option now to get the exemption, for the ag exemption on some of these, we put that in place. I could live with the 80 mils for the costs, right now of putting in a non-band road and how much it's utilized. Yes, we need some of those corridors and whatnot else, but for me, 80% is fine because we've got the option of getting the exemption for ag people on it.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Are we moving in the direction of the 80 mil and a potential ban surface still? Councillor Christie.
Oh, I think to bring the south end higher than the north end makes the north end vulnerable. So if they're both the same, I think is very important. If you go north of 587 west, most of those roads are 90% in the spring anyway. So if you're using that as a connector link, you're gonna hit 90% on those roads somewhere. North of Torrington and going into Innisfail, most years they're 90%. So I don't think that's a workable condition for me. I don't wanna go less than 9 meters, cause like on these big drills on their front axles, if one tire comes off that asphalt, that other spindle is gonna break.
Okay. So I sense we're reaching a consensus then that we are looking at installing the 80 millimeter ACP overlay and maintaining a 9 meter top surface and a seasonal road ban. Seems to be where all the nods are coming, so.
There you go. Perfect.
You're looking for a consensus and a direction, so I think that you probably have it.
Great, excellent. So, yeah, through the chair, we'll release the tender out next week, and then I'll inform you of the results.
Be back with good news or other?
Yeah, hopefully, hopefully I tell you after we've awarded it, not prior yet.
So is there anything else you need from us then, Mike?
Nope.
Yep. Okay, so Mr. Reeve Whitstock.
Okay, I would move that the committee of the whole recommend the council installing an 80 mil ACP overlay and maintaining a 9 meter top surface. And that would include a seasonal road ban.
Okay, so we have a motion then to recommend to council that we go forward with the 80 millimeter ACP overlay and maintain the 9 meter wide top surface and include the seasonal road ban option. Any further discussion? We know what we're voting on? Okay. Still being wordsmithed over there. Okay, so Reeve, that reflects your motion?
It sure does.
Okay. Okay, so we're not putting any words in your mouth?
Seasonal would be nice, but
Seasonal road ban.
we get the drift.
AL as opposed to OL. Anyway, we understand what we're proposing here. Any further conversation, discussion needed? All right, I'm going to ask the question then. All those in favor? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zier.
Excellent, thank you.
All right. 2.4, medical clinic tax exemption bylaw. And Mr. Gannon, is this you that's bringing this to us?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, well, whenever you're ready, are we going to make you move front and center, or?
If you'd
Can't-
like to,
no,
I
you
can-
stay
I
there.
can do that.
No,
I can do
Steve.
that.
I'm just giving you a bad time. Okay, anytime you're ready, please.
Thank you very much. So previous to our conversation, we did review the bylaw proposed with our legal counsel once again and made the amendments within the tax exemption bylaw. We ensured that through the process of the definitions and interpretations that we did clarify as per the red line where indicated, and for which at least half of the physicians practicing at the clinic are also actively maintaining hospital privileges in the county or other municipalities. Other changes within the document included removing pursuant to a valid business license, as that is not a current practice within the organization. We also added not have development compliance issues be in violation of a development agreement, or be in violation of a Safety Codes Act, or be in violation of any other county regulation. Another amendment that was done, assessed person must be operating or allowing the operation of a community family medical clinic on the qualifying property to which the small business tax applies. And furthermore, the applicant must submit a non-refundable application fee. And we were going to put the amount in there, but we wanted to stay consistent with our process and as per the county's master rates bylaw as amended. Within the document, we also, the terms of exemption, we did change it as per a 3-year taxation year, as we heard the recommendation was. And further on through the application, you can see that there are no additional changes. I want to ensure council that the review was done with a deliberate intent to ensure that we're allowed to work with the medical clinic to engage into a new agreement, a new contract, which we've agreed to the rate. And without going forward with this, we either have to create a tax exemption to ensure that there is no shortfall within the contract recoverable, or we have to re-engage within the team in order to increase those costs to the clinic to absorb the taxation, which will start next year. I'm open to discussion with council and any questions you may have.
Okay, I just have one comment in your definitions, first year of business. It still refers to a business license from the county, and so we would want to remove business first applied for a business license from the county, and we are saying we don't have that. So that's on page 2 or page 60 in my package.
Okay.
Item K, first year of business.
Thank you very much.
Once again, that's my.
No, we appreciate that overview. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Discussion? Mr. Hogan, do you have a comment?
Just one, through you, Mr. Chair, one thing we'll put in front of council. If you look in the definitions under Community Family Medicine Clinic, which is item E, part of what we added was, and for which at least half of the physicians practicing at the clinic are also actively maintaining hospital privileges in the county or other municipalities. That was put in there as a mechanism to ensure that if we're giving this exemption to somebody, they are supporting the local hospital. So we heard that from the last discussion. That's why we've inserted that. The one thing I'd put in front of you for consideration is in the county or other municipalities. That term or other municipalities doesn't necessarily mean Three Hills Hospital, right? If that's Drumheller, it applies. If that's Olds, assuming Olds has a hospital, it applies. So that might be for your consideration, is if you want that broadly open like that, which could be fine. We might not have concerns if somebody's practicing in the Drumheller Hospital. But if you do and you want it limited to the county, then that's wording we should probably massage a bit.
Okay, good point. Yeah. So I think the sense that I had from the discussion, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, was that the intent was to support the local hospital, Three Hills specific, and if I'm wrong in that, so I'm not sure we'd be happy with or other municipalities in that clause. So, but I'm open to contradiction. Comment? Councillor McGee?
So we do need vocabulary of other municipalities though, because Three Hills isn't in the county. So other municipalities within the boundaries of the county, other municipalities servicing the county. What's the vocabulary here that's safe?
Yeah, okay, because there is no hospital privileges within the county, because there's no hospital. Yeah, good clarification.
So through Mr. Chair, I'd offer this in response as if one of the things that we've done administratively by bringing this to you to committee of the whole is, as you know, you gave first reading to this, second reading you can assume will be on the next agenda. We brought it here so that if there were other amendments prior to second reading, we could make them before we brought it forward. If council is, in that question I just posed, if you give us the philosophy, we can do the wordsmithing prior to the next meeting to make sure that that philosophy is encompassed within the bylaw. So it'd be my, I guess my offer to you is if you tell us the parameter that you want, which I think we've just heard is related to Three Hills Hospital, between now and next council meeting, administratively, we can come up with some recommended wording for second reading.
Okay. Any other discussion or comment? I know our original intent was very specific, so thank you, Councillor McGee, for the clarification. Okay, so then my assumption is that what you're looking for is what you've received to this point, which is further direction and clarification on what we wanted within that. And are you looking for a motion then to recommend to council that we go forward with this tax exemption bylaw? Mr. Gannon?
Yes, through the chair. We just wanted to offer an opportunity to allow council another opportunity to see the document, to have some additional thought processes before we went forward to also second and third reading. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that in the beginning. You know, it was one of those items that, you know, council was electing to move forward with the first reading, but with the understanding of implementing some changes and potential further review and absorption of, you know, the intent and how this would roll out for the community's best interest and council's vision. So if council wishes, I could go through the document in more detail so we can have another view. I'm here to support council in whichever way they feel forward in order to, you know, present the option of moving forward with second or third reading, or go in another direction in order to support council's wishes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So is there a need for us to just re-walk through this, or we've given first reading, this is just clarification of some of the wording? Do we need anything more than that? I'm seeing general agreement that what's in front of us is good, as long as the changes are clarified that we brought up today. Yeah, Councillor Forbes, please.
So when they do the application and there's a fee, how long does it normally take for an like staffing wise, how long does it take staff to do that?
The truthful answer to that is we don't know yet,
Okay.
because we've never done it.
Okay.
And so we're not predicting it's going to take a lot on two fronts. One, we're not going to be inundated with these. That we know of right now, we have one clinic. And the reality is when they make their application, most of our work is going to be confirming that they've given us the information we need. And if they haven't, going back to them and saying, could you give us this and this? So an exact time frame we don't have because we've not done that, but we're not predicting it's going to be lengthy or it's going to be burdensome.
So to just.
It should be a quick turnaround.
So just for clarification, why are they exempt from the $50 application fee? Or why are you crossing that out, I
Okay,
guess,
so
is
they're
what I'm
not,
asking.
it's just giving consistency with our other fees, which then we refer to the master rates bylaw. So the fee will be in the master rates bylaw.
Okay.
And so that allows us to change the fee without changing the bylaw. So if we put a $50 fee in here and we decide it should be 100, potentially we have to come back and review and redo. Mr. Gannon.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, we did approach corporate services on a review of potentially what the high-end recoverable cost of that would be, which would be about $150. And we would indicate that within our master rates. But we also want to make sure it's full cost recovery. We want to make sure that we're not creating a burden, but also where there's a proper review process and everybody that needs to touch the document to make it successful, that we're being realistic to that. But at the same time, as the CAO has mentioned, is we've never done this before, so we are just using previous history of process within the organization to determine that.
If I can, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can build on that, the component in there is that the master rates bylaw, even though that's a bylaw as well, we generally update that annually. And so by putting the fees in there in that annual update, we can capture any increases or decreases that you want without opening this for review every year. And so generally what our practice is on a lot of those, the policies and bylaws, we just refer back to that master rates one just because it is updated so regularly. And in fact, at your, a week from today, you'll be doing just that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So the bylaw is 10 pages and the application will be slightly under 250, or? In the interest of red tape reduction, I'm assuming it's a fairly simple application process. So, any further questions? Are we good? You've got the direction you need. I don't think then we need a motion. It's just you wanted an opportunity. So I see we're going to make a motion here. So would someone care to recommend to council that we move forward with the tax exemption bylaw? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that the Committee of the Whole recommends to council to bring forward to the next council meeting the tax exemption bylaw for second and third reading.
With the understanding that if we still have questions, we can postpone third reading to another time. Okay, so we understand the intent of what we're doing. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we are moving on to 2.5, which is Community Grants Round 1. And Ms. Vanderkill, is that you that's presenting?
Got too many things on my desk. Yes, it is me. Yes. So good morning, council. Today I bring you agenda 2.5, round 1 of community grants. Let's get into the, oop. There we go. There are a total of 6 eligible applications received, and the total amount requested for round 1 was $17,778, and each year we budget $50,000 for this grant program, which has 2 rounds of applications annually. Back in January, council awarded the Trochu Lions Club $17,500, so therefore the balance remaining for round 1 is $32,500. If you awarded every application today in round 1, council would still have $15,000 left for round 2. Mr. Chairman, would you like me to read through all the applications as I review them? Council can then ask questions.
Yeah, if you would, please just give us the highlights, and if there are any questions, we can deal with them as they come up.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So Three Hills minor softball. The total project amount is $4,000, and the amount that they are requesting is $2,000. If approved, the organization would use the funding to purchase new softball equipment for girls aged 7 to 13. Kneehill County has provided them funding back in 2020 to purchase cages to store baseball equipment in the amount of $2,000. The next application is the Three Hills and District Agriculture Society. The total project amount is $7,768. That amount in the RFD is written wrong. Sorry about that. The amount they are requesting is $3,884 if their application is approved. They will use the money to purchase a Snow Dog track setter with cross-country attachment. The county has not provided any grant funding to this organization in the past. Third application is the Swalwell Ladies Town and Country Club. The total project amount is $2,919.75, and the amount they are requesting is $1,200. If their application is approved, they will use the money to mark the last of the unmarked cemetery plots at the Swalwell Cemetery. Kneehill County has provided the organization the following funding in the past, which are all listed in here. I don't need to read all of them out, I don't think. And then the fourth application today is the Kneehill Bow Hunters and Archers Society. The total project amount is $3,000, and they are requesting $1,500. If their application is approved, they will use the money to purchase new targets. The county has not provided community grant funding to this organization in the past. The fifth application is the Trochu Pottery Club. No, sorry, Trochu Golf and Country Club. I've skipped them. The total project amount is $11,850, and they're requesting $5,925. If their application is approved, they will use the money to replace 3 irrigation controls. Kneehill County has provided this organization the following funding in the past, and they're all listed here, back in 2010, 2013, and 2015. The Trochu Pottery Club, the total project amount is $6,539.25, and the amount they are requesting is $3,269. If their application is approved, they will use the money to purchase a new kiln. The county has not provided a community grant funding to this organization in the past.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, clarification? Required? No?
Did you want to go around the table and ask each council member if they support the project or not? And if they get the majority of votes, the project gets funded. And then if it doesn't, then the majority doesn't get the majority of votes, then the project doesn't get funded?
Exactly.
Like
Well,
we've done in the past?
That has been our process in the past. So is council agreeable to that? I think we have an agreement that they would be willing to go through that process.
Perfect.
So we are going to start at the beginning, which is Three Hills Minor Softball. Their request is $2,000 to purchase softball equipment for girls aged 7 to 13. And so I'm going to start with you, Councillor Penner, if you would just indicate whether you support or...
I support this one.
Thank you. Councillor McGee.
Yes.
Councillor Reeve Whitstock.
Yes, I do.
I'm a yes. Councillor
Yes.
Christie. Forbes. Councillor Forbes.
Yes,
Councillor Cunningham.
I support this.
All right, we have an overwhelming response of yes. All right, the next one is the Three Hills and District Agriculture Society. And what they're looking for is a cross-country track setter. And their request is $3,884. And so I'm going to start with you, Councillor McGee.
I'm a yes.
Okay, Reeve Whitstock.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councillor Christie.
Yes, especially if it's gonna pull me cross-country skiing.
No, it's only making you the tracks.
Councillor Forbes.
Do we know, sorry, just a question. Do we know how many members they have that do this offhand?
I think
I couldn't find it in their thing.
offhand in their application, they said that
They travel.
they don't know how many people currently are cross-country skiing, but they felt that by having established tracks on Three Hills and Trochu golf courses, that there would be an increase in the number of people who would cross-country ski. That's their application, the information that I saw in the application. So they really don't, they don't have even an approximate number of who might participate, but they really feel that this is promoting recreation and the use of cross-country trails for skiing.
Yes.
Reluctance noted. Councillor Cunningham.
I support this too.
Okay, and Councillor Penner.
I support it.
Okay, so again, we have a solid yes for this one. Well, mostly solid. Okay, Swallow Ladies Town and Country Club. They're requesting $1,200, and they will use the money to mark the unmarked cemetery plots at the Swallow Cemetery. So, Reeve Whitstock.
I am in agreement.
I am also in agreement. Councillor Christie,
Yes.
Councillor Forbes.
I like what these ladies are doing, so I'm a yes.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham.
I support this too, and I just want to say what an honorable way to honor these, or yeah, remember these people, and so thanks for that, yeah.
Great. Councillor Penner.
I'll excuse myself on this. I belong to this
Okay,
group.
so that's fine. Thank you for noting that. And Councillor McGee.
Yes.
Okay, again, we have a solid yes. So thank you. We're moving on then to Kneehill Bow Hunters and Archery Society. Their request is for $1,500, and they will use the money to purchase new targets. And the only comment, yep, Councillor McGee, go ahead.
So, I love this group, and I don't have a problem with supporting them, but I do have a little bit of a question about how we read this. Targets would be part of their maintenance, the way putting in ice would be for skating. And so how does that fall within, I'd love some feedback on whether or not this works within the way we have our policy written.
Okay, so there's a clarification requested in terms of, is this maintenance or what is this considered? So, somebody care to provide some clarification on that? Reeve Whitstock.
Well, the way I read the application is these targets would last for a considerable amount of years, and it is a capital cost. But that being said, it's not a one-off cost, so my
Okay.
support for it would be because it is going to be there for a number of years.
Any other clarification? I know from the archers in my family, the targets that they use last for extremely long length of time.
Till they get good.
Well,
They
no,
got it.
actually, they last longer until they get good, because once they get good, then they start to get full of holes. Before that, it's under the trees, in the bush, everywhere else. The target's pretty safe for the first one.
I think that's the direction I was headed.
Oh, okay. Councillor Penner.
We actually have a facility in Carbon in the curling rink in the summer. That's what it's for, and we have the provincial trials and everything are held there. And the targets do last, especially when they get very good. They shoot it in the right location.
Yeah.
But I do hear what you're saying, that you could take it either way, but I support this one.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, any other comments or questions in regards to this application? If not, I will go first, and I will be a yes.
Yes.
Councillor Forbes,
Yes.
Councillor Cunningham,
Support this, yes.
Councillor Penner,
Yes, I support it.
Councillor McGee,
Yes.
and Reeve Whitstock.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so again, we have a solid yes. Thank you. The next application is from the Trochu Golf and Country Club. They're requesting $5,925. Their application is to replace irrigation controllers. And if you happen to be on any golf course, you know that irrigation is pretty important. So are there any questions regarding this application? Seeing none, Councillor Christie.
I would say yes.
Councillor Forbes,
Yes.
Councillor Cunningham,
Support this, yes.
Councillor Penner,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Reeve Whitstock,
Yeah, okay.
and I also am a yes. So we have a yes on this one as well. I'm glad to see that they weren't buying a kiln, but they're buying something else appropriate to the golf course. All right. So the next one is Trochu Pottery Club, and these folks want to buy a kiln, and they're requesting $3,269, and they're new to this application process. So, any questions? Counselor Forbes. Well, you would be the first person to vote if you do not have questions. But if you do have questions, please, we'll entertain those.
And it's just for clarification, because I didn't even know these guys existed. And I see they have 16 members.
So Counselor Christie wants to
Thank
weigh in
you.
on that.
Thank you.
So we have a room in the basement of the hall that's a pottery craft room. Been very, very supportive of the hall through the years. You go in there, like they meet once a week, they're there more often than that. They're quite active. And if we need support in the hall, that we get it. So, I mean, and some of the stuff they make is spectacular and some of it looks like maybe I did it.
And,
You're not one of the 16 members, but
and just,
Counselor Penner.
just for further clarification, the Trochu Hole is owned by?
It's owned by a society.
Okay, good clarification, thank you. Any other questions regarding this application? All right, I'm not seeing any, so Counselor Forbes, if you would like to weigh in, please.
Well, with that clarification from Counselor Christie, I am a yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Cunningham.
I support this.
Counselor Penner.
I support it.
Counselor McGee.
I'm a yes.
Reeve Whitstock.
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Counselor Christie.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we have a yes on that one as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've just agreed to allocate $17,778 to 6 community groups that are active and providing services to our community. So, I'm assuming that we're going to make a recommendation to council. There it is on the screen. Would somebody care to make the motion that we recommend to council to approve the following round 2 community grants? Round 1, are they not? Round 1 community grants, yes. Okay, Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that the Committee of the Whole recommends to Council to approve the following Round 1 community grants to nonprofit organization funding to the following organizations to the value of $17,778.
Okay, so we are approving grants to the applicants, Three Hills Minor Softball, Three Hills District Ag Society, Swallow Ladies Town and Country Club, Kneehill Bow Hunters and Archers Society, Trochu Golf and Country Club, Trochu Pottery Club, and the grand total is $17,778 and 0 cents. So Councillor Penner has made the motion to recommend to council. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And I don't know if you were listening as I was, but lunch has just arrived, so we are going to recess and go for lunch. And so my apologies to you two ladies. You're going to have to come back. Carolyn, are we live again? Okay, it is 1:03, and I'll call the meeting back to order. So where we are in our agenda right now is 2.6, Communication for Renewable Energy Information Session. And so, I guess we have two presenters. So,
You do.
Hazelton and Anderson, whenever you're ready. Welcome, Christine and Barb.
Thanks. So we were asked to come up with a communication plan for the Renewable Energy Information Session. So, and I can't do that without this lady beside me because she's the one that makes it all happen. So at the February 21st Committee of the Whole meeting, you raised the idea of providing this information session on renewable energy that would engage with the ratepayers and facilitate an opportunity for questions. And again, this event has been scheduled for June 12th at 7 p.m. at the Trochu Community Center with Darcy Allen from the Farmers Advocate to present and hold a Q&A. So the communication plan for this event is as follows. Christine has drafted ads for the event, which are currently on the Kneehill County website in the current events page. It has also been included in the calendar where it is noted as a featured event. It will come up as a more highlighted event when the calendar gets to June. This ad has been shared on all of our social media platforms and will be boosted throughout the campaign. She's also created a postcard flyer that can be distributed by all of the counselors. She's handing them out to you now, so you guys each get a package. And we will also keep some of these at the front counter for walk-in clients. So you've got a short and sweet version. The ad will be placed in the Capitol every week until the event, and it will be sent for 2 postings in the Drumheller Mail, as well as the East Central Review. It will be included in the ratepayer newsletter that circulates in May. And then a news release is also planned for May, which will correspond to the release of the ratepayer newsletter. So that's, in a nutshell, what's being done.
In a nutshell, eh?
In a nutshell.
All right, are there any questions for either Barb or Christine regarding this event and what we're doing to publicize it? Or if you have a complaint about your picture on the back of the postcard.
Too late.
Too late for that.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Penner.
Just a comment, the QR code is great, so thank you. That worked just now really good. So that information is right there at everybody's fingertips. Thank you.
Everything is also linked to the fact sheets on the webpage. So if you actually get into the event, you can get at the fact sheets as well, which we will print for the event. We'll have some available at the event also, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGee.
At the March 28th council meeting, we asked you
Yes.
to look into getting Daryl as well. Were you able to get in contact with Daryl?
I haven't yet. I did find a phone number for him, so that's on my list. And we were just reminded that we did send this to all the egg societies.
Okay.
So that has gone out and they do have it and hopefully they forward it to their member lists. So yes, sorry, I forgot that in my RFD.
And it probably wouldn't hurt if you happen to know an Ag Society president to just put a bug in there, his or her ear, to help promote on our behalf. Any other questions or comments? Boy, you guys aren't even getting grilled. I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we feel some urgency about this and have gone to great efforts to make sure it's out there. And I am hearing from ratepayers that it is out there, so that's appreciated. Councillor McGee, do you have a comment? Oh, sorry. I thought you were just dying to say something. So, are there any questions or requests for other information? I really hate to let him off the hook this easy. If not, well then, thank you. We appreciate, like I said, we appreciate the efforts that are being made to make sure this is out there. So that's, thank you to both of you. Thank you. And sorry for making you wait, but. All right, so my assumption would be, we should probably make a motion just to accept the presentation. We're not making any recommendation, but just to, accept for information. Is that okay, or is it required? Okay, someone care to make that motion? Councillor Penner.
I'll make that motion to receive for information.
Okay, so we have a motion to receive the Renewable Energy Information Session Communication Information. All right, there it is. All those in favor? That was Councillor Penner. Okay, I don't think we have anything else. Are you, think we're done? Okay. I think
We can adjourn, or do we need a motion for it?
No. Okay, all right, so I am then, if there's no further items for discussion, at 1:10 p.m., I am going to adjourn the meeting.